Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Early Childhood Commission's Professional Development Institute 2025. It is my privilege to take you through our sixth staging of this spectacular event where we will be providing you with an abundance of information from experienced, knowledgeable, and passionate presenters and facilitators. Special welcome to the viewers on YouTube. We do hope you will stay with us. I am Faith Scott, your moderator for Track 8 Advocacy. For 2025, the Early Childhood Commission has been promoting the conventions of the rights of the child. And here at Track 8, we're aligned to Article number 4, Making Rights Real. This article speaks to helping children and adults understand, apply, and uphold the rights stated in the conventions in everyday life, in our schools, homes, and communities. With me is Shireen Gordon-Carr, whom you will meet at our next session. Our theme, Quality Early Childhood Care and Education, a child's right, not a service, will bring awareness that will transform our perception and implementation through power-packed workshops and panel discussions. This morning's session will focus on a very interesting topic, the 3 Ps of fatherhood: provider, protector, and permanence. With us, we have Christopher Bennett, who will lead this conversation. At 10:30, we will have Becoming an Effective Early Childhood Professional with presenter Angela Wright. At 11:30, we will break for lunch, after which we come back here at 1 p.m., where we will be exploring the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Action, mobilizing SDG 4, with our presenter, Rakoya Fal Diawara, our esteemed guest speaker for the conference. And our final workshop at 2:30 p.m., Investing in Early Childhood, the Role of Families and Communities. At the end of each session, there will be a question and answer segment where you will be able to share your views. During the session, you're asked to write down your questions and comments. A registration barcode is provided. Please ensure that you are registered for this session. We want everyone to know about PDI. Please use the following hashtags for PDI 2025 on your social media platforms: ECC PDI 2025, hashtag 12 Standards Matter. Let's meet our panelists, Dr. Warren Thompson, David Foster, and Detective Constable Demoy Smith. These gentlemen believe that the pillars that will be discussed this morning form the foundation of strong, meaningful fatherhood. This discussion will be led by Christopher Bennett, Training and Development Officer at the Early Childhood Commission for Regions 1 and 2. He believes that a man's duty is a biblical principle. Is he a father? That is to be determined. The 3 Ps of Fatherhood workshop is designed for early childhood educators, caregivers, and parents to understand the crucial roles father plays in a child's development. The workshop covers the role of the provider, protector, and the permanence pillars. Participants will learn about financial and emotional support, setting boundaries, teaching resilience, and active engagement in their child's safety. This workshop also emphasizes the importance of consistent presence and commitment in fatherhood. Participants will gain practical tools to enhance fathers' involvement in early childhood settings and explore diverse family structures. Over to you, Mr. Bennett.
All right, thank you, Madam Scott, and welcome again to our audience. Now, before we begin, I would like the gentlemen that are sitting here to just give me a brief introduction. So we're focusing on 4 main things: name, title, occupation, and maybe the favorite movie or their favorite book. So throwing a curveball here. So we'll start with the immediate right, and we go across.
Good morning, everybody. I am Warren Thompson. When you say title, I suspect you meant my job title. Yes, I am Director of Intake, Investigation and Court Services at the Child Protection and Family Services Agency. Favorite book or movie? I don't know if I can identify any favorite book or movie. I mean, I guess the Bible is the book I read most consistently.
Okay.
So you can say it is my favorite book. In terms of movies, I don't have a favorite, but I like movies that are fantastical or period pieces.
Oh.
I think that's enough.
All right.
It's good. Okay, hearing me better is better now. My name is David Foster. I am an early childhood development officer. I work in the parish of Trelawney. As for my favorite book, As the Crow Flies by Jeffrey Archer.
Interesting. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Demoy Smith. I am a detective constable attached to the National Intelligence Bureau of Jamaica, which is a section of the Intel section of the JCF. I am the parent here representing the Choreography, Early Childhood and Development Center for Manchester. So, favorite book? Up to this date, my favorite book is A Cow Called Boy. I'm not sure if anyone remembers that book,
Yeah,
but
I
it is
remember it.
definitely my favorite.
I remember it.
Yes.
Very interesting book. All right, so let us jump into the overall discussion. So, when it comes to communities, I'm going to start with the gentleman to the far right. When it comes to communities, policymakers, in terms of their support of fathers in fulfilling their roles, how do you think the community and the policymakers can assist in fathers doing the job that they're supposed to be doing?
Very good question. All right. I believe that it has already begun because, for example, in the JCF, in 2023, January 1st, 2023, we began implementing paternity leave for fathers. Once the verification of that child is done,
All right.
they are awarded 20 days paid leave. So that would give them chance to be a part of their child or children's lives in the early stages of birth. So I think the period starts from within 2 to 6 months of the child being born. So it has begun. Other implementations are in place and are afoot to be put out there. So it has begun.
All right, it's good. And honestly, I never knew that aspect. You never knew that aspect. Doc, before I go to the officers, I have a specific question for you. You mentioned earlier liking period pieces and so on. Now, the role of the father and as the protector in today's society compared to past, all right? How do you think that role has changed over time? And in what way has it changed?
I think, as human beings, we're always evolving. We're constantly evolving. Culture changes over time, and there are particular expectations that we have of fathers that have endured over time, I should say that. So, for example, there is an expectation that fathers will be providers. and there's an expectation that fathers will be disciplinarians, for example. But one of the things that we've seen change over time is we see more children growing up in single-parent households, certainly within our context. So the father's role becomes, I want to say, a little bit more peripheral to the family. We have seen that over time. And so there are many children who are not as connected, as it were, to their fathers because they do not grow up in the same household. So the fathers do not play the same kind of disciplinarian role as they used to play in the past. I think the one that has endured, as I said earlier, is the one of being a provider. But in terms of the kind of involvement, and I think the question is a loaded question too, because
it is.
The truth is, even though fathers were present in times gone by, there were many ways in which they were absent, because they were present physically, but were often absent emotionally. They were present physically, but were often not involved in the child rearing and the caregiving responsibilities of parenting. I want to suggest that there are some changes. Many years ago, when I say many years, maybe about 6 years ago, I did a project where I went to the Children's Hospital, and I got, with their permission, took photographs of men who were there with their children. And if you look, you see there are many fathers who are becoming more and more involved in their children's lives at that stage, early, right after they're born and so on. But we see that changing as the children get older, right? Little by little they start to move away. So there are some changes, some positive. I can tell you that I have identified in recent times more negative changes. I think I've seen more men who desire to be more involved in the lives of their children. Notwithstanding that desire, there are some cultural and behavioral dynamics that cause that involvement to be limited, right? Or prevent men from being able to become as involved as they say they want to be. So there are some changes. I want to say too that there was a time when men played a more significant role in, for example, the religious education of their children. Yeah. But as the societies become more secular, you find that not a lot of men are involved in those kinds of activities. So children tend to look more towards their mothers for that kind of moral guidance and moral development and emotional support.
All right, good. To even tangent to the gentleman in the middle, the role that you mentioned earlier, it's not changed as much, but there's still somewhat changes there. To the development officer, right? As a man, we are the provider, and we are expected to work, right? And go to work, come home, sometimes tired, But my question to you is this now, right? How do you, as a training officer, you do a lot of traveling, and we know that driving is very tiring. How do you think that the workplace as a whole can help fathers support their various roles as they work and as they do their duties as a father? So you, in terms of a development officer.
All right, so when we think about the role that we play, for example, in my case and in the case of many other persons who have to be constantly on the move, but at the same time still have to play the role of being the provider. I look at even if we look across the 3 Ps, still have to play that same role. We have to look at now, how do we balance it? How do we create that balance? So let us look at a traditional workplace now, shift away from my workplace and start looking at a traditional workplace. And we start to think about, do we provide the space, for example, father bonding with their children? in the sense that do we have a space where, let us say you have a child who goes to an infant school, a basic school, at the end of the day when they would have completed school, you are provided your time, you go, you pick up the child, do you provide a space that allows for the child to, be in the workplace, you have some time to bond with the child from time to time while they are still there being properly supervised? So maybe we have to shift away from the traditional workplace that we now have and provide a sort of space that allows for the child to be in the same space with the father for some time, providing some amount of supervision while the father still gets a chance to bond with the child. Because as you mentioned earlier on, you are away from morning, you come back late in the evening, you are tired. By the time you get home at 7, 8 o'clock in the night, you are tired, you really don't have any time to even sit down and have a conversation with your child because you're tired. But if you provide that type of space, it may seem expensive now, but when we think about investing in the bonding, we can't look at the initial cost now, but we have to look at the long-term benefits. Because research has shown that, that children who grow up in a home where they have strong fatherhood bonding are less likely to become involved in crime or other activities that are antisocial, So maybe we need to start to look at can we invest in a space allows the father to find some more time to be able to bond with the child, have that conversation with the child from time to time while continuing to put the bread on the table to provide for the family. So it's a shift that we may have to look at in terms of how our workplace facilitates that type of bonding for our fathers and their children.
All right, so you had a thought. I saw it across your face a while ago. You had a thought, so
Yes,
let me hear you.
I did, actually. And as you mentioned, all right, within the JCF, it's my line of duty, so I'm going to refer to it. Within the JCF, we implement a few leaves rather. We have vacation leaves, departmental leaves, compassionate leaves, sick leaves, and I believe that smaller entities or private entities probably can implement some of those time for fathers, family on a whole, to spend with their family and children. And it is certainly worth it, because in addition to that, the leaves that we get per year, when we do the math, we can get up to about 4 months out of the year in leave on a whole. So that is adequate time, which is paid leave. That is adequate time to spend with your kids. Not saying that all private entities or all other can enforce that, but even a month out of the year is a start. So time is there that can be made for that to be implemented. So it's just for the powers that be to go to the drawing board and see that the time spent with kids now is definitely an investment, as said earlier, and just put it in place and let it work.
All right.
Please permit me to jump in on this part of the conversation. Because, yes, so in the public service, there's a policy that permits entities to give men paternity leave.
Yes.
So we're able to get paternity leave. But it is not enshrined in law. So, for example, maternity leave is guaranteed in law.
Yes.
But paternity leave is not yet enshrined in law. And as a result, only the public service. But for maternity leave, all public entities are able to give maternity leave. All private entities can give maternity leave to women who are pregnant, but it is not the same for men. It is really at the discretion of the entity. But I think other than leave and other than having facilities for children to be present in the workplace and so on, there are other things that entities can do. One, there is what we can look at flexible work arrangements. So flexible work arrangements to allow, for example, men to go and pick up children or to leave work a little early so they can, shift the hours, what I mean. Shift the hours to allow for men and women to have more family time. True. That can be done. But there's a cultural aspect of it too. Because if you go to many workplaces, you might find children, because the mothers go and pick them up from school and take them to the workplace, or the fathers pick them up and bring them to the mothers. So they are at work with the mothers, but they're not necessarily at work with the fathers. And a part of that is cultural, because we expect that the children will be with the mothers and not particularly with the fathers. And I want to say too that, all of us contribute to this particular kind of stereotype, because I want the mothers in the room to think about it. How much do you worry when you leave the children alone with the father? How much do you worry? Or if they have to spend the entire day with the father, you wonder if they're going to eat, you wonder if he's going to ensure that they're clean, all kinds of things, because we expect that women will do the job and men have a particular deficit where the job is concerned. And I can tell you my personal experience. I have to tell my wife, the children are all right. The children will be fine. So your way may be a little bit different than my way, but they will be fine because they're my children too, right? So we have to trust each other to take care of the children. So there's a cultural shift that needs to take place where we expect that men will do the job in taking care of the children, and the workplace acknowledges that shift. And when we see a child or children with their father at work, there are no questions being raised.
All right, so
can I just add something there? The whole thing goes back to how we socialize our children. So I'm taking it from the position of an early child development officer now. I walk into a school, and in the play area, you have balls, toy cars, trucks, bikes, and all those kind of things. And you also have some dolls. Now, the dolls normally we see it as what? The nurturing type. Now, if any mother walks into that and they see their daughter playing with the truck, the car, the ball, or anything like that, that's quite okay. The daughter can play with anything. What happens when you walk into that learning center and you see your son playing with a doll? What do you say? What do you say? You're telling that he must put the doll because he's not a girl, right? Then why is it that you never tell your daughters that they have to put down the truck or the car or the ball because they're not a boy? So you see, it goes back to that same nurturing thing, because remember, from the early age, we are talking about teaching young children to start nurturing and taking care. So you tell him from very early, listen to me, taking care of the baby, taking care of the dog, and a few things that, that's a girl thing, not a boy thing. And remember, when we talk about young children developing, we talk about the first 5 years. As a matter of fact, we talk about the first 1,000 days. But I'm going to stretch that a little bit to say those first 5 years, that's when the character is formed. That's when the brain develops at its fastest rate. By the time a child gets to 5 years old, at least 85% of the brain is already fully developed, or 90%. So you have already schooled that child from that very early age to say, guess what? This nurturing type of thing is not for the boy. All right?
I'm kind of glad you went down that road, because it actually goes right into my next question. Now, as men, we're expected to stand, because if you look around the room, look at every man's face that is sitting down, straight. And the females can attest, at times it is hard to get through emotionally to a man. Now, my question, and I'm going to start with Doc here and we'll go across. My question is this, and I want to ensure that it is worded properly. How does a father's protective instinct influence their parenting style and relationship with their children? That is one. And two, what are the key factors that contribute to a father's ability to provide emotional and relational permanence? So if you want me to break it down, a bit. One, how as a father you provide that protection and the parenting side, how do you allow that to influence your relationship with your child? And two, how do you show that emotional side to you as the father? And how do you show that permanence? Because I have heard persons say one of the biggest fears they have, and even children, is their father leaving. How do you provide those aspects which in society now it seems that as men it's either lacking or non-existent? So starting with Doc and we're going across.
All right. So in response to the first part of the question, how does the father's role as protector influence their relationship with the children? I think very often when we think about the protector, we think about this stoic person who is distant and perhaps militant. Now I want to say it is important that as men, or as fathers, we protect our families. And I believe our families look to us for protection, both our wives and our children look to us for protection. So there's a sense of physical safety that the family experiences when father is present. If father, I want to say, does what he's supposed to do. But there is a way in which we can allow that expectation to cause us to become distant, to become emotionally unavailable, to be extra vigilant and militant to the point where there's emotional isolation. Now, there are some factors, going to the second question, some factors that will contribute to a father being able to balance the emotional and relational expectations of the family. What are these factors? One, if that father himself had a good role model. I want to say that children, men, we learn to be men from other men. We don't learn to be men from women, right? Which is why, many years ago, Edith Clark wrote the book, My Mother Who Fathered Me, and there's a whole debate that a mother can't father, because mothering is different from fathering. So we learn to be men, we learn to be fathers from other men. So good role models. Another contributing factor is a father who is self-aware and emotionally intelligent. So he understands what he's feeling, acknowledges what he's feeling, and he's not afraid to own up to his feelings. And he's not afraid to deal with feelings when he's interacting with his children and the family in general. And I want to, forgive me if I'm going a little long, I want to give credit to my wife. Because very often when we talk, in the early stages, we spoke two different languages. So my wife will speak, the emotional side, and I'm more the logical side. But then I had to come to a place where I recognized that feelings are feelings. And I can't knock you for feeling how you feel. So I have to acknowledge your feelings, validate your feelings, and deal with that. And I have to also acknowledge that I am feeling something too. But as men, we don't usually learn how to own up to our feelings. So it's important that we're able to do that. Another factor, going back to what I just said, good parental relationships. Where there is a good relationship between mother and father, that father is more likely to be emotionally available and present for his children. Good connections. When I talk about connections, I'm talking about connections with parents, connections with other, just a support system. So yeah, those things help a father, an individual, to be more resilient and to stave off the impact of trauma and so on. When a man is experiencing trauma, or would have experienced a traumatic event in childhood or even in adulthood, he is more likely to become emotionally unavailable to his children. He is more likely to become distant from them. So these are some of the things that I believe contribute to a father being able to balance the emotional expectations of his family with the protector role.
For me, I believe that as a father, we also need validation. Very, very important. Sometimes we tend to, we make the effort and we are only seen as the persons who are supposed to be always giving. But it is never, we are never validated, and nobody ever said to us that, okay, you know, you have done a good job. Today you have done a good job. You understand? And before I close, I was just saying to my wife on Sunday gone, I said, listen to me. I say, when it is Mother's Day, I see all kinds of things put up everywhere. I see advertisement. I see everything, and everybody talks about Mother's Day. And and they give you a special dinner and all those kind of things on Mother's Day. But when it comes to Father's Day, it seems as if we are just an afterthought. How does that make the father feel when nobody is there to validate them, to say, you know, today you did a good job? And that also helps to encourage you to want to do more, to be more of a protector, to be more of a provider. When somebody is there to validate you and say, you know what, today you did, you have been a good father, you are doing a good job. Instead of just seeing us for what you expect, and when we don't do it, then you curse. Then persons will say, okay, you know, you're a worthless father. But who validates the father when they actually do something well? So that's another way of thing that we can actually move, to help to move forward and encourage fathers to be better fathers in all the way, is to actually start to validate them more and to give them credit more when they are doing a good job.
All right.
Yes, I won't be long, certainly. As it relates to protection, you know, us as fathers are usually 99.99% of the time seen as the protectors of the home. And the children are certainly abreast with that and are aware of that. And as fathers, we should not just stick to the physical protection, but also the emotional protection. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I can tell you, just as much as she will go to my wife and tell her certain things are secrets, you know, they're little secrets, she will come to me just the same. And I practice that, or I try my best to practice that with her, because we know the society that we're living in nowadays and how persons out there are preying on the children. And without that sense of protection emotionally and physically, I can assure you that sometimes, if certain things even happen out there in the streets, we have the complaints many, many times, day in, day out. And most of the times, the mothers are the ones that the children are going to, because of fear of how the fathers will react and so on. So we as fathers should not only provide the physical protection, but also the emotional protection without judgments or backlash on the children.
All right, so we looked at the protector, we looked at the permanence aspect. I'm going to touch on a point that many men are a bit touchy with, and it's an aspect of the provider, and it's the financial aspect, all right? Because when it comes on to the economical stability of the family, especially when the man is the main breadwinner, the food that is provided, the amenities that is provided is dependent on his salary. Even if it's a case where both parties are working, the society will look at the man more than everything else. So the question I have is this: in what ways does economic stability influence a father's ability to be an effective provider? And I'm going to throw another addition to that question. How then can fathers give the family what the family needs? And we're talking in terms of the financial aspect of it. If it's a case of planning, investments, what? How can the economic stability affect that? And in what ways, some advice that you can provide to the fathers to ensure that their family is on good footing? So we're starting from that side and we're going across.
All right. I always say proper planning prevents poor performance. And with that, I believe that everyone should prepare for their family's future. Not only themselves personally, but prepare for their family's future. And with a society that is unstable, or we have no clue of what the future holds. Look at 2020 with COVID, for example. If some of us weren't financially prepared in certain aspects, we would be in debts upon debts right now. And I took that for example and looked at the construction industry. That is probably one of the few industries that COVID didn't touch any at all. And believe me, I made some investment in it, and it is certainly paying off. So, as I said, when I just started, proper planning prevents poor performance. And you have to look at the way the society is going and secure a future, a proper future for your family.
I also look, I agree with you in that too, because sometimes when you are going to purchase a motor vehicle, you normally plan for it years ahead. If you tell yourself that, in 5 years I want a motor vehicle, I want a house, you normally plan for it. You start to put things aside for it. A child is even more important. A child is a long-term investment, and it is so when you are going to be having a child, it's something you have to prepare for in advance. You have to make sure that you put all these things. You have to think about not just the fact that the child is going to need all of these material things, but you think about the child is going to need to go to college, all of those things. You have to start planning long-term. And as you go along, you have to start investing. You know that in 18 years' time, when my child is born, in 18 years' time, my child is going to need to go to college. Don't wait until the child is 16 or 17 before you actually start to say, wait, I need to start to put something in place now to get my child off to college in a year's time. We have to start to think long term. So from the child is born, we need to start to invest. We find those agents out there, we start to invest and say, okay, if I start investing now, in 18 years' time, this is what I will have, which will be able to take my child on to college. I also say that when you have children, you have to have what I call a rainy day fund. You have to put, old time people used to say you have to put something aside for rainy day. You have to have a rainy day fund because things can happen. Children can get sick, all those things. You have to have something laid aside. So as much as we think, and once you have a child, it is no longer just about you. You now have to start making sacrifices where you are now going to have to start put aside some of the things that you may want for yourself and start thinking about what is in the best interest of the child. So we have to start investing, we have to start saving, we have to start to make those decisions thinking about what is in the best interest of the child. And as my friend here is saying that he was able to think about where can I get some benefits from and start looking at direction and start investing there. So as men, we have to start becoming more proactive when we think about how we are going to take care of the long-term benefits of our child. We have to start being more proactive and start to think about what needs are, start to prioritize needs now instead of wants. That is my take.
All right, Doc?
I think both the gentlemen are correct. I mean, not just for parenting, but in general, we have to think long in advance. So if you plan to have children, start to prepare. For those of you who go to church, I'll tell you what a preacher said to me once. If the Lord is going to do something for you, then you have to start to prepare for it. So if the Lord is going to give you children, you have to start to prepare for the children before they come. So we're talking about savings and investment and so on. All of that is important. I saw Heritage outside, Heritage Educational Savings Plan. There are many options out there. It's important that we don't think only for the now, but we think for the future. But I'm connecting back to the first part of the question about, how do you do that when there are economic issues today? When you need to eat today. And it's a hard question because there are many fathers who struggle as fathers. And when I say struggle, I mean, they have their internal struggles because they want to do for their children what they have a challenge doing because of the economic situation. So when a man is able to earn and meet the financial needs of his family, then I believe that that man is then able to worry about other things. So if you know that the money part is fine, then you focus now on maybe like the emotional side, and ensure that you try to spend time if work allows. So you focus on other things. But when you're unable to provide for your family, I'll tell you, you feel like you're not even a man. There are many men who feel the sense of masculinity is eroded because they are not living up to their own expectations of themselves. And then when the women start to tell them how they're worthless and they not send anything and so on, it makes it even worse. And then those men become defensive, right? And that injures the relationship between parents, and injures the relationship between the father and children. So I think being able to earn and support the family financially is an important component of fatherhood, yes, but it impacts men in a way that I don't know if we really appreciate. And the financial situation in the wider community impacts on many men's ability to show up as fathers for their children. Mark you, there are some who are resilient, who will face the economic hardships, but show up in other ways. And when they do so, we have to still commend them.
Can I just add one thing to what he said here? Because another thing too is that when a man sometimes feels as if he's unable to provide, his masculinity is affected, and that can actually affect his emotional strength. And then sometimes what happens that it then plays out within the home, and then you find that you may now find that abuse and all kind of other things start coming out within the home because he now feels as if he's now seen as worthless.
All right, so gentlemen, thank you. I know the audience would have gotten a belly full, not even a mouthful, and a belly full. And for each person's perspective, you here as a mother and here as a father, or even here as a couple, you would have gotten each perspective, and you can take what you need from each perspective. So thank you again. Thank you again. All right, so I'm going to hand back over to our moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. For such an engaging session, thank you to our participants for your participation and time. I will now invite you, if you have any questions, just one or two questions that you would like to ask, or if there were any salient points that you would like to share.
My name is Sidney Henry, and I was a little late this morning. I should have been a panelist. Very striking points raised, and I think I've come to this experience to see what do we take away from it practically. And my quick comment would be this. As women and practitioners in early childhood development, the father is more than the person, is an entire economy, a total ecology around any man who is a parent. And so I would literally practically say, look for ways in which you can be emotional support. Look for ways in which you can be the calm voice in the head of the male person. Look for ways in which you can lead from behind sometimes. Look for ways where in your school, your institution, you can say to Madam Principal, because most times they're women, can we create a space that our men will come in on third Wednesdays, and we will invite the masseuse to come and do a head scrub and a foot rub and a shoulder massage. And that day when they come and you just talk to them and tell them nice things, cook for them. Because sometimes it don't happen at home, you know. So you have to create the space in which it's happening for them. And so it is that time when you don't send and tell daddy that tomorrow I must send 500 for the pizza, because him don't plan out the week already. And the 500 is not included, but if him don't send it, the child feel upset, the mother say you're not providing, and the school say, look on the worthless man. So I'm just saying practically, let's look for ways in which we can assist, because when I look in this auditorium yesterday, 99% of us were women. That means you are wives, baby mother, girlfriend, the person there. And so a lot of who he is depends on who we are, helps us to be who we are. So this morning I was on my way and the wife called, but she's in China. And she was calling to say exactly what this panel was saying. Are the kids okay? School goes on break tomorrow for the next 3 days, but are the kids okay? And the underclothes of my daughter don't wash because I have them in something because they need to spend a little more time in the bleach water. And I have to tell mom that I took them out of the regular wash and put them in there. Are the kids okay? I mean, real practical things they're talking, you know. And she said, Daddy, I don't have it. But mommy said, well, you have 20 of those. But I said, but there's still a plan to take them out later. I plan, are the kids, and she had me in a long conversation. I come from where I sent her to come to this, to sit on that panel. I have to sit down and talk to her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes your perspective adds value, but I'm saying let's take away from what these gentlemen have said today in practical ways. In the institution where you are, the place that you are working, advocate for the brothers. He might run the taxi and he might run it hard. Advocate for the brothers. He's working the 8-hour shift and he not had the time. Advocate for them. And then create those daddy days when his daddy will big up and, you know, give them pride of place.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henry, bringing it home nicely for us. Any other takeaways that you'd like to share? All right. Now remember, while taking care of a child is both parents' responsibility. As a provider, a father ensures that the family's basic needs are met. As a protector, he offers safety and security, both physically and emotionally. And the permanents speak to the father's consistent presence, commitment, and a long-term involvement, forming a stable foundation that helps children thrive. Thank you for being with us here on Track 8. Please take the time to scan and complete the session's evaluation barcode that is being circulated. You're also asked to complete the overall conference evaluation form at the end of the conference. That barcode will be shared with you. Your feedback is very important as it plays an integral part in future planning as well as the generation of your certificates. For our online viewers, the evaluation link will be shared in the chat. Let us know how we are doing. We love to hear from you. We'll have a short break and we'll continue promptly at 10:30 in room C8. So we are going back down the registration where we registered this morning when we entered, and we will be in room C8 there, where the session will focus on becoming an effective early childhood professional with Angela Wright. We invite you to take a look at the booth and refresh yourself. So meet you there at 10:30. Thank you.
Welcome back to those of you who are here for our first session. But for those that are just joining us, welcome. It's good to see you. And I am especially happy to see our fathers with us this morning. I'm sorry you missed the first session, but that's okay. There is more to come, and shall have a great time together. All right, so as you know, we are doing track 1, which is parenting, at our 6th staging at our annual PDI. And so, this morning, at this time, we will be focusing on care to advocacy, the role of early childhood practitioners and parents in social protection for young children and children with disabilities. I am your moderator. I am Nikki McGee, and with me is my partner, Mrs. Stacey Campbell Cargill. She's right there. All right, so I just want to encourage everyone to register. There is a written register as well as one where you can just read the barcode right there, and it takes you to the registration page where you will register. So all you have to do is just pull up your barcode reader, shine it in Mrs. Campbell Cargill's direction, and you will access the registration page. All right? So again, everyone, welcome. So now I am going to welcome our speaker. She is Ms. Ellen Rodriguez, and she is Senior Education Officer in the Early Childhood and Special Education Unit in the Bahamas. So I'm going to permit her to tell us a little bit more about herself, and then she will go right into talking to us about care to advocacy. Please help me to welcome Ms. Rodriguez.
A pleasant good morning. So I am going to be brief as I share about myself. I am a senior education officer in the Department of Education, Early Childhood, and the Special Education Unit. And so that should work really within your favor, even though special education was just recently merged with our unit. I am a veteran educator of over 30 plus years. Sometimes I'm told that I do not look it. And I serve as a teacher, I serve as a trainer, I serve as a mentor. My main role and responsibility is curriculum development. And I am also privileged to serve as a supervisor of 2 of our government standalone preschools where we cater to both preschool children as well as children who are on the spectrum for autism. And so this is a last-minute presentation. I'm actually filling in, and I am honored to be here today. So we're going to just delve right in to the presentation. And the topic is From Care to Advocacy, the role of early childhood practitioners and parents in social protection for young children with disabilities. I am certain, let me see the hands up of those of you who are parents, the parents in the house. Okay, so most of you are parents. Let me see the hands of the practitioners in the house. Okay, awesome. So I'm certain this is a quote. The author of the quote is unknown. And when we think of children with disabilities, they are like butterflies with a broken wing. They are just as beautiful as others, but they need help in order for them to spread their wings. And so when I am also a Christian, and there is a scripture we quote, is that children are gifts from God. And so for those of you who are parents, the child that you have, whether the child has a disability, that child is a special gift. And so we are actually going to walk through the process of exploring some of the things that we can do as we work towards advocating on behalf of children with disabilities, using this metaphor of the butterfly to help us and guide us on the way as we explore. When we see a butterfly, what would you say about a butterfly? Give me a word to describe a butterfly. One word to describe a butterfly. Beautiful, awesome. And so the inherent beauty and value, I want for you to see that in your child. Just like a butterfly, even with a broken wing, it is still inherently beautiful and full of potential. And so children with disabilities are just as valuable, they are unique and beautiful as another child or other children. Their disability does not diminish their worth or their capacity for joy, love, and growth. So that is very important. And so when we think of maybe a butterfly with a broken wing, and you want to put that into perspective of your child needs the support and assistance. That support and assistance is going to be very important. A butterfly with a broken wing cannot fly on its own. So I want one of you to stand up. I'm also an educator and I like to engage. So I just need someone to stand up. Someone to stand up. You're going to pretend to be a butterfly for me. You're going to pretend as if you have a broken wing. Stand for me, just one. No, not use two, just use one. Okay, great. So even though that other wing may not be able to move, and we can put that maybe to a child who may have a disability, not able to use one of their other arms or hands, it does not mean that we cannot utilize that particular child. Thank you very much. I'm going to share a story. I went into a school, and that's also a part of my duties, going into government schools as well as private schools. And there was a child in a classroom with no arms whatsoever. And so the teachers, they made use of however they were able to help that child without an arm. And so we may look at these things as, yes, they are disability, but it still does not stop the child from learning, okay? So the arm may not be working, but that does not mean that the child's brain is not functioning. So that is important, and sometimes we look at just the outward appearance of the child, but it does not mean that necessarily that the child cannot learn without that particular disability. So they have potential. Children with disabilities have potentials. They need support from educators, they need the support from parents, and then they need the support by extension from other specialists. What are some of those specialists? If the child have a speech impairment, it means that they need assistance from the speech therapist. If a child has maybe some behavioral issues, it means that they need assistance from a psychologist or even a guidance counselor. And so we have to make sure that we are able to provide the necessary support mechanisms which will be able to assist the children. A butterfly with a broken wing is resilient and determined. My friend there, sitting there, she still tried to fly maybe with that. So even though we notice sometimes a bird may be down or some, the wings will, one of that one wing will be broken, but the other wing is still going to try to flutter, to move, to do. And so despite their challenges, butterflies with broken wings often exhibit incredible resilience and a drive to survive. And so we have to work as educators, parents, we have to work towards building up that resilience in our children. Despite what it is they are facing, despite the obstacles, they can demonstrate strength, perseverance, and the will to learn once the opportunity is granted to them. We all know that a butterfly goes through different stages in their growth and development, and that is like a metamorphosis. And I have had the opportunity to go into schools, even within our normal and regular schools. Sometimes teachers are concerned with children. They are coming in with no language at all, no language whatsoever. And as they go through a process, they go through a metamorphosis. And as the time goes on, you're able to see children coming in maybe at the beginning of the school year, September, nonverbal, October, nonverbal, December, nonverbal. When the term starts, they are developing language, maybe picking up one word, 2 words. And then coming to the end of the term, the teachers cannot get them to shut up. They're just talking and talking. And so it is a process, it is a journey. The development for some will not be the same. It will not be the same as a normal child. The steps will be smaller for them, but you have to celebrate every milestone, every growth, every development with them along the way. And I'm certain that some of you would have already seen progress in your child from where the child was. And so this is what happens with a metamorphosis. It is a process that the child will have to go through. But we know that certain things will be necessary. Caring teachers, and we're going to maybe look at some of the roles of teachers. Caring adults, that is going to be important. Having in place the right learning environment, that is also going to be important if the children are to make the steps and the necessary growth that we would expect from them. And so, especially young children, I'm perhaps maybe focusing more on children who are more or less infants, toddlers, preschoolers, as well as other children. Their growth will have to be celebrated, and there are certain things that needs to be in place as we talk about the environment. Let me hear from the practitioners. What are some things that should be within the environment to assist a child with disability? What are some things you think are needed? Plays, oh, sensory, yes, sensory play. Anything else? So we have play. I know for us within our programs, the special ed teachers use basically the same strategies. They use basically some of the same materials, resources, but what happens is that they tend to move at a smaller pace for those children. There are certain other things that has to be within the learning environment, yes? Mm-hmm. Yes, okay.
They are mixed with the regular children right now, the two that I have in my school. So when I speak slower for them, I recognize that they are now understanding what is being said. And some were not used to, because the one that I have just started in January. And when he started in January, he was not playing with other children coming from prior schools and everything. So he's now improving. So I'm just here more to learn a little more about them as well.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Pauline Williams from the Granville Primary and Infant. Children like these, they need a stimulated environment which is rich print and has things that they can move around and engage themselves in, because like for those children, they want to have their little toys, they want to have their little areas where they can go in and explore a lot.
Yes, I'm hearing you're mentioning that your class is for regular students. Okay, so I'm going to share what's happening now in the Bahamas, and I don't know if Jamaica is basically the same. I know we have an in-house policy where we would take in 2 students with special needs within a regular preschool classroom. But those cases have to be, the child has to be more or less mild, like mild cases. But now what it is, we are finding, I don't know if any of you were in the presentation that my colleague, Ms. Hunter, shared yesterday. What is happening is, because we are having an online registration application process, the parents are going online and they are registering the children. And so what is happening is some of the parents are not being that honest in terms of when they are asked or screened, does your child have a behaviors of concern? Is the child potty trained? Basic questions. And so now we are having in some cases even more than the 2 students, and some of them are coming in, they are actually severe, really severe. And so going now on child's rights, sometimes once they are in, it's very, very difficult for you to really remove the child out. And so we tread a bit lightly, but then it comes to the point now we're going to get into the teacher's rights, the role of the teacher's role, and in some instance, once the union comes in, it creates a problem as well, maybe, but we have to work along with the parents in terms of seeing whether we can find a placement for the child. In some instances, because the teachers are not trained to deal with them. Some are willing and others are not. But I know we are really pushing towards the inclusion, but in some instances it's really difficult. But we know with all of the signatories we've signed on to countrywide, Jamaica, Bahamas, children have a right to an education, and so we have to do the best in terms of meeting the needs. And so hats off to you teachers who sometimes goes above and beyond in order to cater to the needs of children. And so this is where the empathy really comes in. The empathy, the care, the empathy comes in, understanding what the metaphor of the butterfly is all about. It encourages empathy and the shift in perspective. Instead of focusing on what is broken or what is missing, it prompts us to see the inherent beauty and to understand the need for compassionate assistance. And so I've seen teachers who go above and beyond in terms of providing the assistance. There are many schools. We have quite a bit of schools I went into, even in the Bahamas. There is a growing number of children, especially on the spectrum for autism. I don't know if you have the same issue here. We have the speculation, so more is really needed in terms of research to really understand the reason. Parents have needs, parents have their own personal needs, and it's really difficult for them in terms of finding placement for children. Private education for children, it's very costly. It's very costly. And so we have to sometimes put ourselves in the shoes of parents to see how they are feeling, to see their needs, and we have to find out ways. And that is why we have to now move. We have to now move and make the necessary shift. We have to have the paradigm shift towards what our roles are really going to be. Practitioners, as well as parents, as we move towards advocating on behalf of children with disabilities. Is a hand up? Is a hand up? Or time?
Thank you. As I listen to your presentation, right. You know, as I listen to your presentation, it calls for deep meditation, because as a former teacher at a private school, parents, upon realizing that there's something special or different about their child, would normally bring them to the private schools because they are looking for more protection than anything, right? And as a private school teacher, it was frustrating for me because I would be in a class with a number of students who have these special needs, and I felt so inadequate because I would say, I'm not a special needs teacher, you know, why is this happening to me? And then I remember feeling distraught when the government started pushing towards integrating them in the classroom, you know, to say, boy, this is better. I just felt as if they never know what to do, and here is it that they're pushing it on us, right? And then now I see where it's evolving for teachers to be equipped as to how to integrate them in the classroom. But I'm just here to say that it's not only the classroom, you know, especially seeing that this track is about parenting, but we need to sensitize all the environments, our neighborhood, our churches, everywhere where our children are. And just this couple of weeks ago, we had our education week in our organization. And as a director, I made sure to have an entire day educating church, home, and school as to how to accommodate these children in love. Because what I've realized is that my frustration has not turned into tolerance, but more of an acceptance to say they are a part of us. And the more we accommodate it, the more parents will feel comfortable, you know, in accommodating them. And that's why I made sure to stay here, because having gone through my guilt of being so mad, I always seek for opportunity to better understand and to better see how I can, you know, facilitate, love them. And as you say, the incidence, the amount of students of this nature is high, and it's becoming more prevalent. So it's something that as a society, we need to move away from this stigma, you know, this one fool pitney, or this one pitney where she have it because she old, and we just stigmatize them. I think the more we get educated like myself, the more we'll be better able to deal with. So it's not just teachers alone, but parents, community members, everybody needs to know. Because as the reading that was contributed said, this is not something that needs to be fixed or cured. It's something we need to understand.
I understand, and I do agree with you. I remember recently at my church, there was a child, and the adult sitting next to the parents perhaps was not able to really recognize the characteristics of the child. The parent, she got so frustrated, she just got up and walked out of church with the child. And so I do agree. I went to a school, it was about 2 weeks ago. It was a student teacher, to observe a student teacher for a program that I work along with as a supervisor and invigilator. And in that particular class alone, at that particular school, there were, I watched a metamorphosis of the children in a different direction. I observed, the first time I went in, there was a different caregiver supervising the children, and so she was able to really manage and handle the children. And so I was able to, from my observation, because I know the signs, I was able to identify maybe about 2 or 3 children out of the group of maybe 15 students. But what took place every time I went is the behavior began to shift even of the normal children, because sometimes they mimic. And this was also like a concern of teachers, in that the children sometimes mimic the behavior. And so by the time I went back, some of the children who were like little angels, to me, they were almost worse than the child who had the disability. And so that is in itself as well as a concern. So when we think on the roles of practitioners and parents, are all of you educated about your local laws as it relates to children, so that you are familiar with child rights, parents' rights, and everything? Yes? Yes, no? No? Oh, so I always say, people sometimes, that's part of our problem here, sometimes we do not know how to go about with the advocacy, because we are not that knowledgeable of what is there in place to assist us and to support us. And I'm going to share on an advocacy that I experienced in my early years as a teacher. One parent One parent, she had a child with disability. She formed an advocacy group, and this advocacy group was very, very, very strong. And you know why she formed the group? Because they would not accept her child into a school. And she knew, based on the Education Act, the child has a right to an education. So she advocated, she formed a group, she was able to get the parents together with this particular advocacy group. They got the media involved and other organizations. But what happened after her child got in school and was straight, it's just like the advocacy group was disseminated, was like no more. Have you ever experienced things like that? Yes, but you have to be knowledgeable about what is there in place to assist you as parents. And then we now need to work towards moving towards a paradigm shift in order for us to be able to be advocates on behalf of our children. So the paradigm shift now is going to take us from care to advocacy, moving now from care to advocacy. So I'm going to just share a few roles for parents as we move towards advocacy. Parents should play a crucial role as their child's primary advocate. So the government may not push on your behalf, the teachers may not push on your behalf, and so you have to be the main advocate for your child or children. You have to think of ways of getting the necessary support needed. You need to engage in support groups. You need to engage with policymakers and service providers to advocate on behalf of your child or children. And this is what the director was sharing. Also, we need to move from shame and stigma to acceptance. There are still a lot of parents in denial. And so the case that I was sharing with you with the observation I did at the school with the children, I was so concerned, I waited for the director and I said to her, what are you doing as a director to advocate on behalf of these children? I said, are the parents aware? And so teachers are saying, directors are saying, oh, you cannot approach parents because when you approach them, they become very aggressive. Okay, so parents need to move towards shame, to stigma, to acceptance. And so on that journey towards acceptance, it is recommended to parents for them to go and have the child screened and assessed, because only the specialists are able to. Teachers may be able to see signs, but the teachers cannot put a label on the child. We cannot put a label on the child. We may be able to see the children displaying behaviors, and we know that there are other disabilities, not just the behavioral, not just the autism. I know in our country, under special education, we have listed about 13 disabilities. Can anyone share some of the disabilities you have listed here in Jamaica? What are those disabilities area focused on under your education system? Speech delay. Pardon? Autism. ADHD. Yes, so we're familiar with them. We have those who are hearing impaired, those who are visually impaired, and so we categorize all of these as disabilities, so we're not just focusing on MR, mentally retardation, autistic. We are taking into consideration all of the different disabilities. And so we have to move from the shame and stigma to acceptance. The child is already here. The child was the gift that God gave to you. And so we have to do the best we can to provide the best education for children. I've heard of cases where parents come back and now they're celebrating the success of their children, okay? Children with disabilities. They can learn, they can lead normal lives, and so we need to make sure we provide for them. We need to now move from reliance to charity to demanding rights. So you have to read up on what are those local rights you have available in order for you to be able to advocate on behalf of your child or children. So let's quickly look at some of the roles of practitioners. We have to focus on the child's strengths, abilities, and unique ways of learning and how the environment can be adapted to support them. And so this may call for more resources. This may call for more human resources. Okay, for example, in a school catering to children with disabilities or special needs, you need more than 2 adults. Okay, so that more human resources is going to be needed, more resource materials will be needed in order to be able to tailor the instruction for the students. You have to advocate for genuinely inclusive environments where children with disabilities are educated alongside their peers in regular classrooms with appropriate supports, individualized instructions, and a welcoming culture. And so this means transforming the entire school system to meet diverse needs. I don't know if you have the same problem here, but we find sometimes that schools are not open to having special ed classrooms at their school, nonetheless, inclusion. But we have to move towards that. And as the director is saying, we need to take it now beyond the school environment to extend it to the wider community as well. We also need to advocate for formalized referral systems, interagency agreements, and shared training initiatives to bridge gaps in service delivery for parents and children. Are children under the statutory age, are they able to have free access to the necessary screening needed, or is it only for formal age school children? From age 4? Okay, so that is awesome. That is awesome. And sometimes we know the early intervention is very important. And so we cannot wait until the statutory age to provide the necessary screening for students. And so we need to advocate for systematic changes as well as for laws and policies to cater to the needs of students. And as I end, I want for all of you to stand. We're going to make a positive affirmation. We're going to make a positive affirmation, and then I will take any question and answer. So whether you are a parent or you are a caregiver, I want for you to make this positive affirmation. I am a nurturing guide, sowing seeds of well-being and knowledge that will flourish into bright futures for every child and for myself. Let me hear you say that. Okay, thank you. I will entertain questions and answers. Oh, time is up. Time is up? Okay.
Right, you spoke about the parent knowing rights and advocating. How, as a parent, do you do this without the fear of your child being ostracized against, you know, seeing that you went out and advocate to ensure that the school take your child in? You know, how do you do this in the face of being a fearful that, you know, teachers might be upset with your child as a result of you doing all of this?
I am not suggesting that you do it alone. I am suggesting for the parent to form advocacy group, and so you are going to get as many parents as possible to come forward in terms of you getting the necessary traction that you need. And so there's strength in numbers rather than one person working towards a goal. And I'm saying this too because we know that sometimes policies are established in countries, and once the government changes, that policy is no longer in effect. And so we have to continue to advocate for what it is we want. Okay, so parents need to work in collaboration with other parents, other organizations that share. Do you have local organizations? So you're not working alone. You're not working in silos. And sometimes if you have to do it alone, you just have to just go ahead and do it alone. Any more questions? Okay, so if there's no more questions, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's a question.
Good morning. Question, do you have any advice for teachers to give to parents who is in denial?
Okay, what is a teacher should be keeping records. A teacher should be doing observations, assessments, and so if a parent is not open, what it is sometimes our teachers do, they would say to parents, this is what I have observed, and then you may perhaps ask, and then you have to have that relationship with the parent. I know for us, our teachers keep anecdotal records. We do inventory assessments of the children, and you can say, I observed this, or I'm noticing this. You bring before them the research. Okay, these are the. Do you all use the developmental milestones? Okay, so you would say to them, these are the developmental milestones. A normal 3-year-old child is potty trained. Okay, I know for us what we do, children coming in, the 3-year-old children coming in, we give a grace period. If the child is wetting or the child is having accident, once that period is over, we say to the parent, now we are noticing this is not normal for this according to developmental milestones. A child is supposed to be doing this or that. And you let the parents, and you say, how is he or she at home? So you make a comparison. Sometimes our teachers even will say to the parents, oh, my child do this. They will say, well, take a video take a video for me and send it of what the child is doing to make the comparison. Because sometimes, yes, some children may not warm up to the teacher. I've had that experience. A child went throughout the entire year not talking or saying anything, but the grandmother was a teacher at the school. She said, oh, every single thing you do at school, she comes home. So sometimes you may ask the parents to send in a video, and if they're reluctant, then perhaps there's a red flag there.
Right, so with all of that, thank you for that, but we have done all that you have said, and the parent is still reluctant to go ahead and try. The child also went to do the extra screening by the ECC, and the ECC development officers recommend them to go and get the child tested, but they are still not interested. So what we do then? Even when we get outside.
Is it a private school or a public school?
Public school. Private public.
Do you make the necessary referral? Can you make the necessary, and what's the recommendations? Because you really, I know with us, we go by the recommendations.
Recommendation, one to go by to do the assessment, but she don't want to move on to the recommended place.
Do you have the authority to not take the child into school until that is done?
No, we don't have that authority.
Okay, so you have to have the policies. You have to have in place the policies and procedures and laws with teeth in order for you to act on certain situations. And so sometimes if there's no policy in place, then it means your hands are tied. And what it is, you have to keep the child. Is the child in still what you call a nursery school or? So the signs of the time will just tell you would have done your part, but have recommendations though been given to you in terms of how you can assist the child in the meantime? Has any recommendations been given to you in terms of how you can assist the child in the meantime?
Yes, they are doing the IEP.
Yes,
doing the IEP
okay.
with them
okay, so once you're able to assist,
yes,
on that end, you would have done your part.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sashia Chin. I do share the same sentiments as my colleagues have shared before, but I believe that until our government put something in place to hold the parents accountable for when these things happen, because I've seen cases where we have identified students with the need, and we have made the recommendations to the parents. As my colleagues have said, they are in denial, so nothing is done. We recommend them to take them to the special care unit, special education unit to be evaluated, and so on, and they do not comply. And then there's another issue for those who are willing to accept that there is something wrong. They will go do the necessary evaluation, but they are placed on a waiting list. And these children have been waiting all through infant, all the way through primary to high school, and they have not been seen since. So it is some policy, as you said, and some law has to be put in place to hold the parents accountable. And the country do need more special education units to help our children.
Yes. So we seem as if we are all faced with some of the same problems and issues. Is there a hand over? Is there another question? Okay, so thank you very much. I hope that you were able to garner something from the session. And as we leave, do not give up hope. We have to continue to advocate on behalf until we're able to get. I always feel as if sometimes special ed is just like that area that is just left hanging. And so I know I'm happy that they would have placed special education under the early childhood education section, because we have been getting a lot done in terms of early childhood education. And sometimes, too, you can utilize these policies. I know with us, we were always told in the Ministry of Education, we are trailblazers. And what it is we tend to do, we go and we give them what is in the law. This is what the law says. This is what the UN says. And once you put those things in there, you're finding out that you have you're able to get things done. We've had individuals who went straight up to the UN on the government when it came to issues and rights. And so it's all about how far you want to go, how far you want to take certain things in order to get what it is you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. That is telling us that if you are going to advocate, it's not a walk in the park. You don't just try this and it didn't work and you say, okay, it didn't work and you stop. If persons are able to and willing to go to United Nations to get things done in their country, and you're a real advocate, then that's exactly what we are going to have to do. So don't take this lightly. Don't brush it off. If we really want to see things happen for our young children, we're going to have to go all the way. All right? And it's good, as you said, Ms. Rodriguez, that the special education unit is merged with early childhood, because then, what do we all know about early what? Early intervention, right? So they go well together, right? All right, we should probably try that in Jamaica. Let us see if we can advocate for that too, eh? All right, so at this time, we just want to take the opportunity to thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Such short notice, but you really took on to the task. And we truly appreciate what you have presented to us here. And I noticed that when the questions came, in an instant you had the answer. It speaks to your level of experience and your understanding of what is happening in the sector. So I do believe that you are the right person for our presentation today. We truly appreciate you. We thank you very much for making yourself available and for speaking to us about early childhood, about special education, about advocating, about having our parents, taking on their responsibility, and for also seeing our children, no matter what their abilities or disabilities, as beautiful butterflies. Thank you so very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we all registered. That should have happened already. If you didn't, please speak with Mrs. Campbell-Cargill. She will assist you to register. But we also invite you to do your evaluation now. It seems to me that she already passed around the evaluation papers. So please, I encourage you to do your evaluation. But also remember that that is just the workshop evaluation. There is also an overall evaluation that must be done on your last day, whichever that is. You may be here until Friday. If you're here until Friday, then you do your overall evaluation on Friday. But if today is your last day, if tomorrow is your last day, please remember, do your overall evaluation. Because guess what? That will secure your certificate. All right? So ensure you do that. So as you do your evaluation, if you did not remember, the workshop title was For Care to Advocacy. It's a long thing, so you can just write that part, for care to advocacy. All right? So at this time, after you've done evaluation, it is our lunch hour. So we are going to take lunch now, and we return at 1 o'clock, where we will be talking about immunization with UNICEF, and our presenter there will be someone from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. So if it is your intention to remain with the parenting track and to hear what UNICEF has to say about immunization, please come back right here in this room, room D1, at 1 o'clock. All right, so everyone have yourself a great lunch and come back wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for our 1 o'clock session. All right, everyone? All right, so I'll see you later.